Hey, Camel. Also, hi, Cam. How do I sound? I don't have a feedback playing in my ear, so a little quiet. Ow. There we go. How do I sound now? I I forgot all the stream setup, so I asked Swishos for it. What's up, Mr. Screet? I asked Swishos for it last night. He didn't message me back, so this is what I created. Um, it's pretty shit. That's good. Yeah. I've got like 4 different programs managing my voice. So I have a Razer headset. Um, so long as the quality is good, I don't care too much. Um, but it's it's a little weird for me because I have to go into Razer Synapse and then modify that, and then I have to go back into OBS to modify that. Um, Stuff like that. It's so if you can hear me and if the quality is good, then that's good. I have no idea what I'm gonna do yet, but I said I would stream at 2:30, and now people are blowing up Discord asking me for the link. So, stream. Just looking at my profile. Yeah, that makes sense. Also, hi, Levitt. Levitt, what time is it there? You're 6 hours ahead, so it's 8:30. Yeah, I was gonna start streaming earlier, but I got caught up with my audio situation. All right. Oh, that's right. I've got to give me a second. I'll start up Kenshi. I've got to move. Thank you for that prime, Mr. Screet. Yeah, so Camel, yesterday I was so if you don't know, when Greg, myself and Swishos were originally going to stream, we we originally were going to use Streamlabs OBS. Um, and I found out on Twitter, of all places, that uh, they are not a very good company to work with. Um, they're kind of crappy to creators. They're kind of crappy about the fact that they were legally served papers not to use. Yeah, slobs of shit. Um, they were legally served papers not to use OBS in their name, and they still continued anyways because they're a much bigger company. All the code that Streamlabs uses is OBS. So I was like, fuck it. You know what I mean? I don't want to, even if it's pretty, even if the UI is nice, even if there's a little bit more features and usability with it, I would rather figure out OBS because one, I know I can trust the company. Streamlabs got in a whole bunch of drama because they stole their website UI from another company, and then OBS jumped in on the train and was like, "Hey, yeah, they also are using all of our code." And we asked them not to have OBS in the name. And so it's just like, man, I don't want to support a company like that. I don't want any, I don't want it being anywhere near me. Yeah, slobs. Yeah. Yeah. I I had this so yesterday. So if you don't know, I'm playing on a laptop. It's a decent laptop. Or I say decent. It's a good laptop. 3080. I think it's a i9, um, stuff like that. And then 16 gigs of RAM. It's only got 512 gigs of storage, but I've got a 4 terabyte SSD connection. Um, but obviously, it's a laptop, so I don't have two screens. So I was looking up yesterday a way to make my tablet my second screen. So all of you guys right now are popping up on my tablet. I've got all my stream management on the right side of me. Um, Discord open up on my phone just to save up on connection space. Um, but anyways, what was I doing? Library, Steam apps, workshop, content. Nope. It's downloads. No. Common. No. Oh, it's actually on my PC. Oh, I have it saved. Huh. Um, Let me see. Kindred gave me something to try out for the swamps. He did a quick decimation of. So, Camel, if you don't know, if you're. Yeah. So Kindred has been working on and off about the. I like OBS too, by the way. It's. I watched a couple guides online yesterday. Got everything set up. But anyways, back to the point. Kindred has been working on doing a bunch of stuff for the optimization of the game. Has kind of expanded the market on like what can be done. One of his things is he has been using or modifying the shaders of Kenshi. Um, so it's one of those things where when I was playing yesterday, I couldn't notice the performance difference with just the shaders. What am I looking for? He should have vanilla hair fix, simplified foliage. I've got to convince him to stop using underscores. So yeah, I downloaded. He yesterday did a. Sorry, I'm losing my train of thought as I'm trying to do this. Yesterday he did, or not yesterday, 2 days ago now. He was taking a look at the swamps because a lot of people have performance issues in the swamps, and so one of the things that I wanted to show off was testing out how. There we go. Everything's enabled. Running through my he did a quick decimation. So, Camel, as you know, as a modder of um, Let me see. I want to turn down my graphics. Also kill the audio. One of the things you may know, Camel, is that Kenshi is kind of chokes a lot in a lot of areas. So Kindred has been going through. He optimized shaders. He optimized particles a little bit. And he also, yes, not yesterday, 2 days ago. I'll just say yesterday. So recently he went through, and a lot of the swamp features look like high res models. So they have an unnecessary amount of polys. Um, one stick, I think he said, had something like 400,000 polys or something like that. It's like a ridiculous amount. Like you look at it, um, and it it's very very stupid. UI, VO, SFX, footstep, ambient. Um, and medium, chunk, water, shadow quality, poor. That's good. Alright, let's start this up again. Thanks for that sub, Melly. But yeah, so I've got to test out a mod today, um, which is his swamp foliage decimator mod thing, um, as well as his performance shader mod. And I'm going to try and play on some of the lower settings to see what it looks like. What's up, Gugun? I'm going to take a wild swing and say I know who Gugun is. F12. There's no. I turned down the game audio. Give me a second. Shift escape. Let me test it. Can you guys hear the footsteps and stuff? It should be small ambient sounds. And the music. There we go. Can you guys hear that? Alright, give me a second. Let me see. What is it? Is it an output? It should. What's up, Kev? Oh. Cam, what you're saying, you can hear me twice? I'm echoing? Oh. Alright, what about now? Am I still echoing? Oh, that's because I added 2 mics and not an output. Am I still echoing now? It should have been fixed. I added an input and didn't remove it. Okay. Kev, am I missing something? What is the source you would output to? It may be just an issue on my end. What is the source? Do you know? Do you use OBS? If not, it's fine. I'll just play with no game audio and you guys can listen to my shit voice, but if I can fix it, I'd like to fix it. Is it okay, so not the source of the capture. I can obviously um I've got the capture down. I just need to know about audio specifically. Otherwise I'll just go back to see. No, the audio source. How do I get a audio source to export through OBS? Because I've got the mic, but my desktop audio is not showing up. How about now? Can you guys hear that? Oh, me. There we go. Yeah, okay. It was just set up on the wrong source. Okay. Okay. Yeah, because I've got I've I hate this audio shit. Audio is not my forte. Let me see. Go to Shark. Pull my character here. What's up, Hapless? Oh, I'm getting there. I'm getting there. This is so if you can. Oh, I'm frozen right now. So these two objects up in the top left, I've gotta get new meshes for them because man, they are bad. They don't match up with almost any of the cities in Genesis. Thanks for the sub, Kevin. By the way, what's up with you recently, Kevin? You've been doing a lot less videos. You been busy or hapless you gave up on modding Kenshi after the old Ironsides mod? Let's see. That's good. Wow, that's loud. Oh, because my yeah, I got behind on your YouTube series. I think I'm 3 episodes behind. So if you've been saying anything to me in the videos, I just haven't seen it, which is really bad. I was like on top of it, and then let me see, December came around, and I was not very aware of like what was going to happen in my life. So I ended up getting lost in a shit situation, and then January came around, and yeah. So the link is in the message board channel. It's also in the general channel. Just refer them to that. And send them on their way, I guess. But anyway, so January, I got caught up with no job, but I was living off of savings, and then um, I was supposed to have my new PC by February, as many of you guys know, and those who don't. It's been a shit show getting the PC. It's basically been about a month and a half of research and looking where to buy stuff and all of that, which is annoying. And then I had to deal with all this stupid customer support bullshit. So, sad to say it, this is not the most recent version of Genesis. When I moved all of my assets over to my hard drive, there was already a zip folder called mods in there, which I thought was the zip folder. Yeah, customer support is the best game to play. I thought my mods folder was already in there. Turns out it was from 2 years ago. So the most recent version of Genesis is uh, missing. Technically, it's deleted. So I have to rebuild all of the updates since December, which means I have to now go to Mongrel and delete it. But I told Kindred I would test his foliage decimator mod. Um, so if I recall, these are the. It's either these or it is. Or it's these. So this vine thing right here, this massive vine. Yeah. But stable FPS. No nav mesh though. What is it? Control Shift F11. Oh my god, you have no idea how rusty I am at this game. I've got to work on pathing in the swamps. I've got to figure out more ways to accelerate pathing. Oh, that's right. The fucking Southern Hive world states are messed up too. Yeah, so that's actually why I'm in them, is because so NavMesh probably isn't going to change too much. That's a lot of work. This update, but performance overall should um, improve. I'm still getting a constant loading though, which I'm not happy about. Um, what the fuck just skin spider? The FPS is good, but I'm not happy with the the um the loading that constantly appears. If I can cut down on that, then basically anybody can live in the swamp, no matter their settings. Okay, so this is still here, which is good. I think the only thing I need to do is start from Mongrel all over again. Which means I have to, what is it, 1423? Give me a second. Mods, Genesis, level data. Fourteen 1424. What is it? 13, 13, 23, and 24. All right, let's get that out of the way. Thanks for that again, Kevin. Have a good one. See, new game, Wanderer. I've got to get my, I've got to create a new start as well. Yeah, Campbell, if you don't know, because I know you've been in and out of the community for a while now, he was basically just, Kevin is just a random YouTuber I found, and he makes super great content. Um, he comes at things from like a novice perspective, so a lot of his speculation is kind of just like, it's very on the nose. Oh damn, you know what? I should have told him that the Whistler was actually your project. I forgot about that. Um, but his videos are so damn good. And he does a lot of like speculation lore, which makes his videos super entertaining to watch. God damn, this guy's jumpy. Chubby, not chumpy. Yeah, 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 it was. He, I was in his server and I was watching his video, and as I was watching his video, I was talking in his Discord server, and I was like, use the fucking build menu arrows, and so he quoted me on it, and Screet there made a clip of it. Let me see, F12 towns Mongrel. Well, if we don't crash, we'll be good. We didn't crash. Oh shit, Camel. Thank you for that. You didn't have to do that. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Like some of the older community, you, Snug, even kind of Swishos. Like every once in a while, I talk to Swishos. Um, but most of the older community is just off doing their own thing, which is, I mean, it's nice to see, but it's also kind of sad because now I feel like, I mean, we still have Hugo. Hugo comes in all the time. So it just comes down to like every once in a while, I'm like, hey, I want to ask a question to somebody. Hey, what do you think about this mod? And all the opinions I get are like, yeah, it looks completely fine. I'm like, but does it? I don't know. I don't get a lot of good opinions anymore, I would say. Not to say that the community doesn't help me out, but it's also one of those things where I've come to rely on modders giving super, super critical opinions. Yeah. All right. I'll see you later, Camel. Gotta get started back on this grind again. I completely forgot what I made Mongrel look like. What is that? Let's see, wall. Yeah, I feel like so one of the reasons I started doing streams again is because I want to get community interaction up. Um, just because I want the community to be involved in the mod making process. There's a lot of stuff I don't know, but there's a lot of stuff I do know that can, better help the community that I'm fucking just shit at explaining. So I figure if I get the community involved, Genesis community or Kenshi community in general, um, it'll be more beneficial overall, and it'll help grow personally my community into a more interactive community. Because one of the very first goals I set was I wanted the community to be someplace where, you know, people could hang out, people could stay, people could, you know, talk about whatever within, certain aspects of the rules. But with a lot of the stuff going on in the world, it kind of took a back seat, I guess I'll say, and a lot of that stuff got thrown to the side. And then I started talking to Boron and the mod maker of Lost in the Ashlands, and he's a musician. The guy's super talented, very, very smart. He's the kind of guy who, yeah, yeah, Liquid. Yeah, so I've got to work back from November 15th uh, to the more recent 28th. The 28th edition, that change is like 5 minutes in the FCS. So not going to be too hard to uh, get some of the updates done, but like this is just tedious deletion. I've got to move. So if you guys can see F7. So one of the problems with Mongrel right now, if you look on the map, hold on. Let me see. So one of the problems with Mongrel right now is that when you're in Mongrel, um, you're loading all of these death yards around you, and if you go to like the south side of Mongrel, you end up loading uh, two other two other death yards, and those choke up how this entire region. Um, but yeah, so what I did last update was I ended up moving most of the death yards out and then randomizing them. So there were static ones that will always generate enemies, but then after that, I ended up uh, cutting some of the static ones down and then adding a bunch of random ones in. So they would spawn as nests. So I just got to get back to that point. I got to rebuild Mongrel. I had a plan for it. I have a general plan for it. Some of that stuff, and then once I get that update process back, I'll probably look into getting the tech rework started. I've already got the plans all written out, so that wouldn't be too hard. I'll just have to test every tech level as I go along. Oh, it sounded like I cut off. Um, so basically, what I'm doing right now is I'm deleting all the stuff from Mongrel. I've got to rebuild it. And then when you're in Mongrel, you're loading all the death yards around. Um, don't worry about saying sorry, by the way. But when you're in your Mongrel, you're loading all the death yards. So I'll put some static ones around so that there's always enemies spawning in the area, but um, most of them will be random nests that will also spawn along with the what are they called? The bog? Not bog. Okay. But yeah. Yeah, I tend to if I'm not blasting music to drown out my own thoughts, I tend to get lost in my own thoughts. So I've got a feature I want to get for. So there's this thing I saw randomly on the extensions. There's something I want to get for the stream that I think would be super cool. There's this on Steam. It's called like Stream Avatars or something like that. So basically, I think I buy the game and then I add it to stream. And what it does is it lets people create like little avatars and then they can like fight each other. I think that would be super cool for the stream. I don't know. I'm getting ahead of myself, obviously, with the streaming thing, but still, I think it would be super, super cool. Um, I'd probably get distracted by that as well, though. Let's see, let me change the time. No, that was it. Alright, F7. Kenshi aesthetics. So I don't because I think it's just a solo project. I don't know how viable it would be to do that, but it would be super cool if you could make like game presets or something like that. Like if you're streaming Dragon Age, you could change your preset to like Dragon Age, or if you're streaming like an MMO. All right, so what the fuck did I do for the gates again? That would be the confusion start, where it's like plus or minus 100 in skills and you can't talk to people. Save the nav mesh again. So I had this idea last time where oh no, this pathway won't be there. Where see walls. I was using these for Mongrel. How did I do it? No, actually, that's supposed to be the only way you get to talk to people. Because otherwise, you're constantly locked into a solo adventure. The idea is to make a group adventure hard without telling people how to make it a group adventure. Which is why I consistently tell people, you know, in the Discord, hey, don't tell people how to make it a group adventure. They need to figure it out for themselves. It's a basic game mechanic. Recruiting slaves. Sometimes they join you, sometimes they don't. But it's a very basic game mechanic, and I don't want people, basically coming along to trivialize it. You know what I mean? Let me see. There's a lot of fun to soloing it. It takes away from some of the challenge that players would run into. I've got to get dark UI again. I hate this UI. I really do like dark UI. It's so good. It's so simple, so clean. Oh, that's right. I had these standing all the way up here. Also, it is completely wild to me how different something can look from low texture to high texture. Like even the color is different. For a long while, I thought about doing my own UI mod, um, just kind of to get my hand in image editing skills, and I realized Man, that would be such a dumb addition. I would have to constantly change it to see what people like and stuff like that. And I'm like, they might as well just pick their own damn UI mod. So, in case you're wondering, the idea for this um, is to give when when the player is walking up at night. Um, there'll be two entrances. There's an entrance here, and there's a entrance on this side. But the idea is that most players will be coming from this angle, the what is that, the east angle. Um, so when they're walking up, the entire view of the city will look like this, unless of course they're looking down, which it won't matter too much. But the entire thing is to like guide people into this area. Um, and the only walls you'll see in the entirety of the city will be blocked off by two gates. So a gate here and a gate and some walls here, which will give it this really scrappy, thrown up, run down look. Um, but I need the walls to be passable for the guards that'll be sitting on the top. Otherwise, the walls are just for show, which doesn't do anything for anybody. Which does make me wonder. No, I'm not going to do that. Yeah, Dark UI was one of the. I think it was literally the first mod I ever got. I opened the game and was like, yeah, I don't like this UI. Not to say that I think the UI is bad. I think it's a good, vanilla experience. I got so used to just the simplicity of Dark UI that I forgot how good it looks. That's not going to be passable. That is, though. One of the things I want to do too, um, while streaming, is to get the community more involved. Is basically play like community games. Like I have Drawful 2, which I know is a good community game. It could be very fun. Do like a Discord game night or something like that. Maybe get Tabletop Simulator and Uno, stuff like that. Just interact with the community more. Um, see what everyone thinks of that. But obviously, I don't have the money right now. It's not a business expense, as all of the big content creators are legally allowed to call it. It would be a personal expense. Um, and then with my current situation, I would like to get out of that by the end of the year. So we'll see how that goes. Um, which I'm not going to elaborate too much on. But basically, not in the greatest situation life wise. Um, not that I'm in a terrible situation. I'm fucking streaming on Twitch, so obviously I'm not in a terrible situation. Um, just not in the best. Um, and then me and Boron have some long-term plans, which may eventually include starting a business together. We have some ideas on that. do this wall? Because that's a small fucking gate spot. So, let me see. Move this here, move this. Here. Yeah, we don't have. I shouldn't. I shouldn't say we don't have any plans because that sounds discouraging. But me and Boron don't have any formal plans on what we want to do, beyond some initial ideas, um, which are which are good. There's a bunch of stuff we personally want to get to, and we suspect it's in our interests, both of our best interests, to collab. Um, so, if push comes to shove and he starts doing like tutorial videos, which would be beyond helpful to the community, I may end up hosting them on the Genesis YouTube channel. Um, yeah, we're not winging it per se. Um, More so just that that's pretty good. I like that. I've got to do something about this. Maybe I can connect it. But more so than just that, we haven't formalized any plans because of how life is currently at the moment. Um, but we see eye to eye, which is a very good thing, on a lot of topics, involving modding, involving, um, community and stuff like that. Both of our plans tend to line up, in a lot of similar ways. So we'll see what becomes of it. Hopefully, streaming will turn into something that can. So, for those that are here, those that are actively listening, I want to stream for the. How do I put this in a way that sounds good? Basically, I want to stream to make money. I want to make money to then refund back into the community through specific projects. I want to, for me personally, I want to create a place where, let's be honest, you have people like Kotaku and you have people like IGN, and let's be honest, they're not game news anymore. They're really not. It's shit takes, it's bad press, and everybody wants to come out with their stupid hot takes, you know, and stuff like that. I want to create a place where not only can people work on mods together, where people can work on. Yeah, this is Ashland. This is the start of Mongrel. I have to rebuild it. But basically, what it comes down to is I want to make money to fund a larger community. Is the basic premise, and Boron agrees with me on that point. Um, Game news is terrible. It's all people talking about how big someone's boobs are or how not big they are, or, you know, with the recent Blizzard release, everybody's mad that Tracer doesn't have an ass, and then it's like you look at Overwatch 1, and it's like, oh, wait, Tracer never had an ass. People are so mad about the dumbest things, and it's like, especially, there's so many people I look up to, especially in the gaming community. For one of those, if you guys don't know who he is, Sid Alpha on YouTube, SIDALPHA. Sid Alpha is one of the best like game critics. He's good for consumer reviews. He's good for, you know, hey, do I want to fund this Indiegogo, stuff like that. And yeah, Sid Alpha, and he does everything so thoroughly. Like if somebody's like, oh, this person, said some bad stuff, he's like, unless I can personally see it myself, I'm not gonna put it in a video. Like he does his homework, he does his research. Um, and if you follow on Twitter, he's got some political takes, but he overall focuses on protecting his community, protecting the community at large, um, and he focuses on working towards bettering the gaming community from the developer side, which is something that I appreciate and it's something I want to expand upon. Because, as I was saying, you've got places like Kotaku and IGN who are just they're not what they used to be 10 years ago. You know what I mean? Like, you used to go on to IGN and you're like, yeah, let me look up all these game review guides. Let me look up, all of these, good articles about games and the reviews about games. And now the reviews about games are like, oh no, her boobs are smaller in this game. And you're like, why do you care about that? What relevance does that have to the gameplay or to the graphics? Nobody cares how big somebody's, you know what I mean? It's such a pedantic argument. But yeah, so basically, I want to use Twitch, among other platforms, as a way to fund growing a larger community that eventually, I hope, will be big enough in such a way that I can not only work to impact other communities, but also impact just gaming as a general sphere of influence in a positive way. I want to create something where if you're an artist, you have a home, right? But it's not, you know, ArtStation. I love ArtStation. I absolutely adore how ArtStation has their website laid out, but guess what? It's owned by Epic Games, right? So I want to create something like ArtStation and Sketchfab and Nexus Mods and all of these different sites and wrap it up into one. A place where artists and developers and just normal community members can all collaborate together. That's my long that's my long term goal, and it's something I think Boron empathizes with. Um, so I forgot what damn gates I had for this. Was it 4? It was 4. It's very ambitious, but overall, I think it's a worthwhile endeavor. I think it's something that would, even if it starts off small and it starts off slow, it's only going to benefit people in the long run. You know what I mean? Um, Short of hurting my own pocket, which I'm okay with. You know what I mean? I built this community for the benefit of the community as it is now, and that's just on Discord. That's 4,000 some odd people, who come to hang out from all different, sides of the world and stuff like that. It's floating, but I don't want to drop it too much more. Actually, I do have to drop it more because the fucking ramps aren't aligned. Shut up. Yeah. No. I was about a year and a half ago. I was dating this girl, and I I hate when people call me cute, but it was the most adorable thing ever because we would be talking about something super serious, right? Like work was terrible. We used to work together. Work was terrible. Blah blah blah. Let's talk about this issue. Um, and she would like start the conversation and then just start grinning because I would just talk. And we used to just sit in her car after we got off of work uh, forever, 2 3 hours, 2 3 hours, and it'd be like 3 a.m. and we would go to sleep at like 6 a.m. because I just couldn't shut the fuck up. And she was always like, I love listening to you. I love talking to you. It's so cute when you go on your tangents. And I'm like, no, tell me to shut the fuck up because I've got shit to do. I've got, I love talking to people, but I've got shit to do. We got to go to bed because we got to be up in like 4 hours. All right, gate looks good. Probably going to raise this side. I'm not happy with it. Flip, flip. Yeah, me and her, we never really worked out. She ended up moving. Back at the time, I was working for a startup, um, doing game journalism. I'm not going to say who, um, but it paid very well. My intention was to, before all of the stuff going on in the world with Rona, basically the beginning of 2019, I was supposed to move out to California. Um, January came around, and my roommate found out that I was supposed to be moving and locked me out of the house. I lost my passport, I lost my keys, and because I technically wasn't on the lease, nor did I have any official mail going there. If you don't live in the U.S. laws are weird. But because I didn't have any official mail going there, like a bill, even a phone bill would have worked, I wasn't able to convince the police to like tell him to let me back in. So I lost almost all my stuff, all my clothes, all of my belongings. I lost my plane ticket that I was supposed to be going out there. I was supposed to go and look at a house. Um, and yeah, so I basically, for about 8 months, I was homeless. And a bunch of shit happened in that time. Um, and then I was still going to be homeless, but I ended up meeting up with this older gentleman who um, basically was like, hey, I live close by. I have a property. It has a house on it. No electricity, no running water, but we can do this, this, and this. And the guy lets me live there rent free. Property is massive. It's completely private. It's gated off. Um, you know, um, there are solar panels on the roof, so I have electricity at night. And it kind of leads me to the situation where I'm in a fortunate, unfortunate situation, right? I'm fortunate enough that I technically do not need a job, um, but unfortunate enough where there are times where money, I have to be very, very frugal. Like, technically, right now, I could go out and buy, you know, 10 games and buy all these things for stream and stuff like that and do giveaways and all these other things, but I have to be very frugal with like what's going on because a month from now I could be completely broke. Um, just how it goes. And so I still have savings and stuff like that. So like I was saying in general chat, I'm in a fortunate enough situation, but it's still an unfortunate situation. Like if I was to really go into the daily chores of my life, it would probably kind of make you guys a little crazy. You'd be like, "There's no fucking way I could do that." Like it's the 1800s and I hand wash my clothes. And you know what I mean? Like there's so many minute things that go on in my day that eventually, like, I don't mind being in the situation. It's actually very, very refreshing. Let me just say that. Like, you don't realize how absolutely toxic living can be. You live in a big city and you get used to the noise, but you don't realize like how bad that is for you until, yeah, um, you don't really realize how bad living in, say, like a city is for your mental health because you don't ever think about it. You've become so accustomed to it and you think your body is adjusted. And, there's people out there who are like addicted to their smartphones and social media. What's up, Zesky? Um, they're addicted to social media, they're addicted to their smartphones, and they don't have any like face-to-face conversations anymore with people, and so you don't get to see people's emotions. So when somebody does show emotions, it's like, oh, you're overreacting. It's like, no, this is how a normal human reacts. This is how a normal human responds to what just happened, in the world to other people. You know what I mean? So for me, it was one of those things where being homeless. So I had no phone. I just had my old laptop, and I was still modding. I was the community admin for Genesis, and I was really focused on making the community a better place. Um, and it kind of gave me an outside look on how the community interacts overall, which was a very, very good thing. Um, but yeah, so anyways, back to the main point. You don't realize how toxic it can be, and a lot of people, they get used to seeing people behind social media filters, right? Instagram is a good example of this. TikTok, fuck TikTok, fucking kids twerking on there. What the fuck is that shit about? That's illegal. That's just basically softcore. You know what I'm gonna say? Softcore. And uh, you get used to seeing people behind these filters, and nobody really wants to interact like with the real you anymore. Um, So being in the situation I'm in, it's so free because I don't have any commitments to people. Like I don't have to. Yeah, it's very strong with TikTok. I don't have any commitments to people, so I don't have to worry about going out of my way to pretend like my online persona is like a different part of me, right? My online persona is me. That is who I am in real life. Um, I can be very blunt at times, but also at the same time, like if you were to ever meet me in real life and you start telling me your life story, I promise you, I'll put you in tears by the end of whatever we're talking about. And so for me, one of the things is like it's so freeing because I don't have to worry about like the fakeness of people in general. There's um there's a YouTube trend I got into a while ago when I was homeless, and it's basically the idea of living out of most of you might know what tiny houses are, um, but the basic idea is living out of somewhere that's completely sustainable to a certain uh, aspect of your life. And tiny house, and camping videos all took me down to the road of um, they're called it's like van life. Like you live out of your van, but if you ever look up the YouTube on YouTube videos, um, YouTube videos are amazing because these vans are like fully fleshed out houses. Um, I would love to do. I don't know that I would ever live in a van, but I think it would be super cool to do like a. It's basically the same thing as like living out of an RV, like a big Class C RV or whatever it's called. I think it's a Class C. It's basically the same premise, except you're so limited on space, and it makes you like really rethink your life because you might not have a microwave. so you're not going to cook stuff with a microwave. You might not even have an electric stove or a propane stove. You might have like a little camping stove. So, and then your fridge is like sometimes it's an ice box and sometimes it's a fully fledged like electric. People will put like solar on their cars and stuff like that. Um, and it creates this interesting perspective. And a lot of these people are like, it's hard, but the benefits of it comes down to, you know, basically it's like mental freedom. It creates this rebirth in your life of like appreciating what you have and what you see in the world because you're forced every day to make these decisions. This is not going to work. Oh wait, yes it will. What the fuck am I talking about? It is very gypsy, but it's like I shit you not. Like if you were to go on one of these like take a month and yeah, I'm redoing. Oh, Zeski, you missed it. So basically, this is an older version of Genesis. I never transferred my mod folder over correctly because inside my hard drive was already a mods folder, which I thought was the right one. Turns out it's from 2020 when I was working on models and textures and stuff. So yeah, I really need it to be that big. No. Yeah, I want it when you're coming up. I want these wood boards to be the focus, um, so that it seems very like thrown together. Which Mongrel is supposed to be a recent city in game. It's like 30, 50 years old. Yeah, the Mongrel rework. Um, but it's supposed to be like maybe 50, 100 years old. Um, but I want it to seem like it's constantly under construction because a lot of cities in game are like pre-established and they have good support systems behind them, depending on where you're at. Um, and so they make sense to have like all these metal walls and stuff. Um, but I want this like wooden look to kind of be the central focus. And then obviously you'll come up here, and then you have like the metal gates. And then the inside of the city is going to basically you'll have a guard tower here. How did I do it last time? You have a guard tower here and a guard tower here, which all the guards in the city will live in, will work from, and stuff like that. And then the towers that I'm using will be no, no. Is it? Mm, is it? It's not metal. Mm, oh, they're called HQs, right? Hi, HQ. Am I? Oh, these. They'll be these. And so the basic idea is that you'll have these kind of these ship shoddy buildings in place, and so you have a giant tower here, or maybe here. I'll probably put it here, um, aiming out this way, and then you'll have a tower behind the gates aiming out this way. When I originally did it, I had a tower here and a tower here, and it just created this. Yeah, it created this. It created more wealth than I want the city to appear to have when I had three of them. like, even though there was only like maybe 20 guards between all the buildings, they all seemed used. All of the interiors had these like high power interiors. Cannibal player, gutter, cannibal hunter. Um, so one of the things I'll have to do is redo the interior. I'll probably just use the cannibal hunter for now, um, just so I can get the mod updated and back to where it was, and then um, get it out to people. Yeah, I'm one of the people who I really love world storytelling. I really do. When I built, when I rebuilt Clownsteady, there's a whole quest line and dialogue sets that haven't been put in yet that explain why I rebuilt the city the way I did. Um, some of the some of the integrations are not there yet, but like one of the NPCs in the region's quest line will talk about getting into the noble area and sneaking through the gap of wall that's in disrepair by going through the grate of the river. And there's this little tiny hole in the grate that you can swim through, and then immediately to the left, you like go through this hole in the wall, and it's all told to you by somebody who uses the longhouse in Clownsteady, and because it can, if you're a player character, hold on, let me show it to you. Let's go to Clownsteady. Should be right about here. Yeah. So, oh, the game's frozen. So this longhouse right here, um, I'll explain to you why I rebuilt the city the way I did. As soon as it's done loading, I've got to redo some parts of the city. I've got to. So basically, this house right here, if you're a player character and you're, no, it's still loading. If you're standing here on this building, you can see over this wall into the noble's house. So there's a whole dialogue line where one of the spies working in the city um, basically uses uses that information to tell you like, hey, not only can I see a gap in the wall, um, basically this entire area will be a small city inside of the city, private hospital, noble's house, plans. Um, so the noble has like a way to protect themselves um, from the citizens, and this person's going to be like very, very nasty. Um, but basically, they talk about the hole in the wall. You sneak in there, and then there's going to be no lights on this side of the building, so you can sprint up the stairs when the guards aren't standing there. Um, yeah, I do a lot of thinking like that. Um, like there's the little tiny hole you swim through. I love how I did this city though. But anyway, so probably what I'll do is I'll just take this wall and cut it straight across and move the hospital like over here or something like that. Um, Damn, now that I'm thinking about it, I gotta redo the nav mesh, don't I? Or no, that's actually already done. Um, but yeah, yeah, there's a lot of places like that. Um, percentage wise, I don't want to talk while you're. I've got to learn how. I've got to figure out how to turn ads down. I think it's set to 30 minutes. Every 30 minutes. That would make sense. I've seen the notification twice, 3 times. I've seen it 3 times. So three ads. Um. So basically, the update was probably so because I was working on the update sporadically. The the yeah, maybe you're not seeing. I don't know how ads work on Twitch. But the update I probably would have said was close to maybe 45%. Now it's probably back at 40%. So some of the changes are in the grand scope of the update, like rebuilding Mongrel. It may take a decent amount of time, but in the grand scope of the update itself, it's a very minor thing. Um, Rebuilding an entire city, because the update's focus is one, to give identity and purpose to every city, and two, to make it so that players have more interactions with cities, even if they can't live in them. Um, so if I was to have to like rebuild Mongrel, um, or Clown Steady all over again, it's not the biggest deal because see, I hate this small mesh. What is it? Distant town mesh. I've got to fix it. Um, but basically, what it comes down to is the grand portion of the update, and the reason why I started streaming again is because I need to get this under control. Obviously, this is what is it? It's oh, let me see, buildings. So if I go to buildings, I need to get this under control. Uh, because a lot of this stuff is neat, and I think it's organized, but it can be better organized. And I want the flow of technology to go from you're camping out, you know, outside of a city to you're owning a house and you're buying books to research, something, and you'll have more interactions with tech hunters, who you're gonna find some crazy, you know, this. Uh, what is this? This is the create your own research bench. I'll probably use it for something different. Custom model, Azazel did, um, or something like this. Uh, you'll find the technology for a pyramid in the world, um, and I want different factions to then have triggers to react differently to you. So, say you get a tech hunter trader, and he comes along. Um, yeah, CAD. Um, you get a tech hunter trader and you're living out of a pyramid, right? There's no other pyramids but one place in the world, which I might spoil. Um, there's a pyramid in the world, and you go there, and it is controlled, and you'll find the blueprints for the pyramid. Well, I want tech hunters to come along and go, what the fuck is that? You know what I mean? Like they see it in your base, and they're like, what the fuck is that? So then, like, a tech hunter inquisition will start, and they'll come and they'll ask you questions about technology and stuff like that, and they'll kind of hound you a little bit, like, hey, we're trying to collect all the technology in the world, give us your technology, right? Um, and they're not going to be like aggressive or anything, but they'll just be a little bit annoying to talk to, because they'll constantly come and like Tech Hunter Inquisition is on the way, like a week later, and it's like I just talked to you last week. I don't have any new tech. You know what I mean? Like I want it to be kind of like the benefits of the tech hunters now in Kenshi are like, oh, cool. They're looting ruins and they're hoarding all the tech. I want that to kind of reflect on the player, and you're like, okay, I like the tech hunters a little bit less now, but not so much in a way. I wouldn't say Jehovah's Witness. I would say maybe like that. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like you don't look badly on them. If you see them out and they come up to you, hey, will you take my pamphlet? You're like, no. Um, you know what I mean? Um, but I want it to be this thing where like you get raids, right? And they're super aggressive. They're high octane. You've got your turrets pumping, you've got everything else. Or you'll get like trader caravans. Um, and then all of a sudden, like you're like, oh, traders are coming, and then it's like, oh, great, another tech hunter questioning is coming, and it's like, okay, I did get this super cool tech that allows me to train up to level 60. Let me see, like these boys, um, they'll be located somewhere in the world where you have to find them. Oh, old ruins, which is part of the reason I'm making ruins unique. Um, they'll follow a certain pattern, but almost all ruins will be unique. Um, and they have these little icons. Like this is medic training. Um, but it gives you this sense of like, hey, maybe I'm a little bit better than the tech hunters, and now they're annoyed with you, so now you're being annoyed by them, um, because you're finding all this cool tech. Um, but yeah, I want to I want to do that with like every faction. And if you guys want to see, oh, I have to be careful because there's a. Let me see where. Oh, so if you don't know, I renamed a lot of the cities. This is the old Grogger outpost. It's now named Semolina. Uh, as you can see on the map, Semolina is this. It's basically the grains of wheat that's been ground up, but not quite flour, that is used for beer making. Um, so still in the theme of making alcohol, but it's not so on the nose as, oh, this city is called Grog. Yeah, so what I did, for this town, it used to be just down in here. I just pushed it up here. Um, Super simple town, but it looks cool. Um, like this is all wheat inside of here. um, and it's down in this canyon protected by a wall. So it really makes you like, these people really love their alcohol. They're protecting all their crops to make their alcohol, um, and their bar sells like an obnoxious amount of alcohol. Um, they love their alcohol. And then let me see. I did this with Tortuga. This is gonna take a minute. I've got to reduce the textures on the boats and stuff. So this is Tortuga. Um, I simplified it down, but I also created a greater sense of like a ship-faring community because all of their platforms are floating. Um, Even their dock. This is their dock. I'm not going to click on any of the buildings because that would spoil some of the surprise. But even their dock is it's fully functional. Um, fully lit up. There are no lighthouses, but I created the I put the you can't go in the towers, but I put the towers there to create this sense of kind of lighthouses. Um, but because I simplified how everything works, it's a lot less, as you can see here, it's a lot less impactful when ignoring the loading. It's a lot less impactful on PC performance. Um, all the squads are smaller, construction, um, all the buildings are less, just more tightly packed together. Like there used to be in Tortuga, there used to be like 15 of these small huts. I used to have them spread out around here, and I was like, I'm doing too much with the city. So the main focus when you come in, the bridges are completely functional, but the main focus when you come in is to basically create this sense of like you're going into some lost area you've never been before. You know what I mean? Um, and then let me see, where is it at? I'm pretty sure it's right over here. Is the pyramid? But yeah, so I created the dock. These are the dock workers. Um, I've really got to edit this texture. This texture isn't too bad, but I want to get for one of these roads, I want to take and add the world texture to it so that no matter where you go, you can create these cool looking roads that match the ground you're on. Um, but yeah, and then there is, I don't know that I should show you. Should I show you? So Blackbeard moved a little bit. He's now all the way out in the ocean. So I'm not going to show you. I'm not going to show you what his base looks like, but it's one platform, super small, super low impact, but I think it looks pretty cool. No, I didn't give him a ship. It's just a platform out there. It's the so some of the platforms like this, these four platforms, it gives a ship is a good idea. Yeah, he's off to find the One Piece. It gives people this idea of how would I put it? So certain buildings in Kenshi are either used too much or too little. Um, and I think the platforms integrating them as part of like coastal assets makes a lot of sense. It brings this life to like how, the platforms are supposed to be used. Let me see now. Oh, they're over. Oh, they're over here. So then there's these fuckers. So I moved the Moon Cult. I'm not gonna scroll in because I want you to find their armor when you do find it. Um, and I just gave them this giant pyramid. Um, they're the oddest cult out, and I rewrote a little bit of their dialogue to talk more about the moon. And eventually I'll do a full dialogue overhaul on them. By the way, remember to drink water. Um, anyways, so um, I really want to take the idea that Chris had, or I think it was technically Natalie, with the cult and expand it. I want to make this cult so out of the ordinary compared to literally everything else in Kenshi. Like if you look around Earth right now, you're like, oh, Africa, they're a poor nation, but they're becoming like more technologically savvy. And then you go off the coast of like New Zealand, and there's this little tiny fucking island, and it has people who are still cannibals on it, and they've been there for hundreds of years, and we have no contact with them. And they're like, you know what I mean? Like, it's just so weird to see like just a native tribal species in our planet, and I kind of want these guys to be the same thing. Like compared to the rest of the world, it's just like this tiny uh, cult society that talk about worshiping the moon and using people's blood to like plant their crops. Like they'll go really into it, right? They'll see you and they start chanting like blood for the crops and blood for the ground, and you know what I mean. And then when you get inside, like they start panicking because it's like, what if you see is it the preacher? Yeah, what if you see the preacher's face? Um, something like that. And then they'll talk about when they see one of their own allies without a certain mask on. If I can write the dialogue line that way, if they see their ally without a certain mask on, they like start screaming at him because of the religion I'm building in my head. But anyways, I'm not going to go too much more into it. I don't want to spoil it. I want it to be a fun surprise. And then let me see. The game probably isn't going to load. So this still needs to be re-updated. Facility 013. I've got to rewrite some of the notes, and I've got to add something in. But as a side note, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to take almost all of the beak bots, probably all of them, out of the crater and put them in here. Though there'll be a lot less. And then you'll find one beak god, one beak god. I was just reading Blood God. One beak bot tied up and caged, and then you'll be able to get him as a pet with a certain item in your inventory, giving players access to a unique reward for completing the dungeon among the other rewards that are in here. So let me see this. Let's see. So if I actually, I shouldn't have done that. I should just go out on the ground. It's kind of what I want to do. So I want to create this situation where like you have like Seth and Brooke, um, and they have this kind of unique backstory that doesn't tell you a lot, but basically Seth raised Brooke from a puppy. She really hates the Holy Nation. You know what I mean? I want unique interactions like those, but beyond what's already in the game. I want to create this atmosphere where players meet someone unique, and if they side with that person, they get a unique reward, and it'll create a unique dynamic in their party. Uh, so the only reason I was talking to Kindred about this yesterday, the only reason you're seeing the loading screen. Oh, by the way, so I'll give you guys some tips. Kindred figured out if you're actively listening, whenever you're loading, turn off your UI. So the UI in Kenshi apparently chokes up a lot of the loading resources. So by removing the why, you're actually speeding it up. Let me see. Oh yeah. Yeah, I don't think it's intentional. Well, it's obviously not intentional, but I don't think that basically what it comes down to is uh, the way Kenshi renders things. This UI, the UI for Kenshi, has its own shader. And Kindred was saying something along the lines of there's some kind of mask when you have the UI on. There's some kind of mask that is applied to the game, and so it chokes up rendering a little bit. So if you just turn this off, you end up saving those extra resources, and it goes into loading. Um, then there's also uh, so as you can see in this counter on the left, and then I'll put this full screen. If I if I was to like do this, you can see it. You probably can't see it because of how fast it's jumping. If I just zoom into the ground, it jumps up to like 70 FPS all the time, but it ends up reducing like how much is being loaded. So 967,000 triangles, 800,000. But if you're scrolled out at like max distance, you're now loading in 2 million. So if you're on a slower PC, there are ways to speed up how the game renders information. Uh, Turning your UI off, zooming into the ground, um, and then obviously, as stupid as it is to say, being patient with the game. Um, I'll be doing more optimizations beyond this. Uh, so I don't know if I can't speak for Kindred. I don't know if there is a way to remove it, but I know. So right now I'm if I go to my mods, so I've got Genesis, um, and I've got his simplified shaders project. I've also got his simplified foliage, which was a lazy mod he made in like an hour. And basically what it comes down to is I did teleport here. Um, there's a lot of tweaking he does, and he tries a lot of new stuff. Um, like he talks about ways to render things that nobody else talks about, right? You know what I mean? Like he'll read some article and he's like, I have to test that in Kenshi. Um, and I think for especially for new users or lower end PCs, simplified shaders. Let me put it like this: if I wasn't teleporting around the map, and I was still on my old PC, loading times are ridiculously small. Um, I'm pretty sure this is the more extreme version, maybe. Um, but he also has a project going on, Kenshi performance mod or something like that. I don't know. But basically, it's an overhaul of the entire system. Like it's like compressed textures, but it's a nuke of everything. Textures drop down. So some of the world textures are like 8K, right? Um, so those will get dropped down to like 2K or 1K. All the textures will be like unified in their format, in their size. It'll have his particle mod. It'll have his shaders mod. It'll have like the simplified foliage you see right here. It'll be decimated so that you're loading lower polys, and it's basically just an optimization overhaul. Um, and I think that will be the perfect band-aid fix for everybody. Yeah, that's why. So Liquid, if you don't know, compressed textures doesn't do much with Genesis because almost all textures except for foliage and buildings, or foliage, the world, and some buildings are all 1K textures. The weapons, the armor, the faces, um, stuff like that. Like it's all already optimized down to 1K. Now I've also added in oh, I can't open it because I'm paused. Um, I want to show you what's in here. Um, so one of the things that I'll be adding are radiant faces. Um, this update, well, technically they're already in. So all of your unique recruits in the game from vanilla will have unique faces, unique body styles, unique hair tops, hair hairstyles, hairstyles. So compressed textures project, it's basically the same thing as turning down your settings to low or medium, except it starts with a lower resolution textures. So the reason Genesis isn't compatible with it, not that it would crash your game or anything, but the reason that it's not needed is because all of the textures in Genesis, except for foliage, some buildings, and the world, like the ground texture, those are already all 1000 or 124 by 124. So compressed textures, what it does is it just cuts all textures in half resolution. So you may have some 8K textures, but what it does is it'll reduce those 8K textures, like the world. Some of the world textures are 8K. It'll reduce those textures down to 4K. And then if a vanilla texture is 2K, it reduces it down to 1K. If it's 1K, it reduces it down to 512. So basically, it just halves everything. The reason it's not useful for Genesis is because almost everything in Genesis, um, even some vanilla stuff, is already at a 1K texture. So that's why I tell people if they want to use compressed textures, just get a world texture mod. And at that point, you've pretty much done what I'm going to do this update anyways, um, which is reducing the texture size. All right now. Hi, Polara. Polar? Um, so if I, oh, that's right. He said I can't. Let me see. I've got to talk to Natalie about that. Player faction. So she should spawn. Yep. So Rain the Giant is now actually a giant. Um, she's wearing the Shek armors, and she has a unique texture on her face. Um, and then there's, yes, texture option 1024 world only from Nexus would work. Yeah, yeah. Compressed textures would still work, but it's just it doesn't do anything on top of, yeah. Um, but yeah. So she's wearing she's now wearing Shek armor. She actually reflects how she's described. What does it destroy? Yep. So if I go in here, uh-oh. Oh, he doesn't have a shirt on. So all of these defender guys are going to be changed to uh, Hugo's enforcers. Um, some of the skeletons now wear like random experimentation parts, like this guy. The Titans will be removed, but basically they wear like um, he may not be, but they have a chance to wear different limbs and stuff like that. And then I added this mod, which is basically it's just armor. So if I click on him, um, no, not him. How do I? Oh, because he's a prisoner. So, yep. But the representation of the armor. So one, the armor only works on hypers. But the representation of the armor is that these people are being experimented on. So I'm not a fan of the eyes, but I'm probably going to leave the eyes alone. Stuff like that. Um, I'll be placing some unique hivers in here. This guy still exists. Um, the gurgler. Um, there's a little bit of changes in the notes. There's a couple of them. He's got a Fogman hand. So the general idea is to like bring the community's lore of experimentation to life. Um, so they've got randomized parts. They've got some of them have like unique skins, and you'll only be able to find them here. So you'll only be able to recruit them if you get them from here. Um, you'll only be able to find certain enemies here, like the gurgler guys that are all messed up. Um, you'll find more skeletons with wildly random parts, right? Like it's not going to make any sense, but it's going to just be like the community theory of experimentation, like genetic experimentation, come to life. I redid some of the interiors, so it looks like they're lopping off people's parts. Um, if I remember correctly, well, there's supposed to be limbs on the benches, and stuff like that. Um, and then this guy, I've got to change him into something completely different. I'm not sure what I want to do with him. Um, and then there was a bug where this tower was, I think it was kind of leaning over the facility, and people said they were having a lot of trouble with the camera with that. So I moved it over there. There's a couple other places. I've still got to redo the entire fish island. I'm not happy about that. I've got to redo Lara and Gale. Okay. So I'm not gonna show you this entire city, but I'm just gonna say that this is a place you're gonna want to visit. I'm just gonna put that out there. A very small outpost with drunken skeletons, but I am super stoked about this city. I'm not gonna show you where it is on my screen, but it's cool. It's so cool. Anyways, so we're gonna look this way now. Let me see. Crabtown. I don't think I've changed anything there. I do not know how well this is going to load, but fuck it. I'm probably gonna make this a little bit smaller. Gonna make hang a little bit smaller. Not by much. I'll probably put the gate maybe like here instead of here. So just cut all these buildings out and put the building maybe like here, or the gate like here. But so let me see. Nope, that's not it. So this is Trader's Edge now. Super tiny outpost in the span of a bigger city. So this entire street view this is what the city looks like. So this is how you get over to the merchant area. Come all the way up. You walk all the way around. You can either go up this through more of the residential area, and then you can also then you have to go up the ramp, across the ramp, and then now you're in the trading area of the city. Um, and I'll probably put some market stalls right here. But yeah, basically all of these are just residential buildings. Slave shop, and then down here it's a police building right now. I've got to fix it so that it's a thieves tower. Down here is a little shanty town, and if you remember from the update notes, when you see these shanty towns, you can go in all of these shanty town houses and sleep in them, and use them and store stuff in them. Probably wouldn't want to store stuff in them. I don't know how. This isn't Skyrim. I don't know how Kenshi would handle it. But basically, free housing with a decent trader right there. I'm pointing at the screen like you guys can see me. Yeah. Noble's house has a little ramp. Did I do anything extra with this? No. I'll probably put some benches or something up here eventually. Oh. So one thing I wanted to show to you guys, is this it? So you're bar 1. Let me see. So, let me see, I'll teleport you here. No, I'll teleport you here. Uh-oh, why is she floating? There we go. Oh, right. Stop it. Stupid. Oh, what are you? Oh, here we go. So this is one of the new bar layouts. You've now got drinking animations. Let me see. So you've got now drinking animations, 2 drinking animations. I've got to figure out how to make skeletons not be able to use this. There's eating animations. There are... What is he doing? Oh. Yeah, he's chowing down with his hands. So the same guy who... Oh, okay, here we go. Hold on. So let's go here. We can Raven the Giant reading. And I position these, so it probably isn't going to look too good with bigger characters and bigger clothing. Why are you facing that way? Then there's this one. There's a little bit of a bob to her. Let me see, is this the other one? Nope, it's just facing the same way. If they really want to fight me, I'll fucking destroy them. I updated some of the upstairs so that this is a little bit cleaner. Pretty sure somebody pointed out that this won't work, but I think it does. No, it doesn't. Alright, I'll figure that out. Let me see. There's a lot of armor in the game. A lot of new armor. Let me see. I might redo Tengu's vault. Let me see. This is the current Todai Dara. It will be completely reworked in favor of the new assets that Boron made. Well, both of us. He made them for both of us. And that'll create a grander sense of scale of a mountaintop village. There will also be a lot more variation of buildings. So you're not just going to have like a couple so high looking buildings, right? You're going to have, I think there's 8 more buildings coming. Which means I can stop reusing this as like the big building. It's just this is a bar down here. If you guys didn't see this, will they spawn? Teleport here. I'll probably get back to building Mongrel here in the next minute or so. But I put in proper temples for the monks to pray at. They now have specific spots they'll sit in and pray at. There's Ozuchi's armor shop where you'll get all of the kind of Asian Japanese armors from this building. There's weapons. Oh, this is where you'll get all the buildings from. You'll buy all the blueprints from this guy. Yep, praise be to the Lotus. And then up here on this side, there's a Buddha-looking guy. I'm not going to explain who this is supposed to. No, I can turn on Warframe though. I'm not going to explain who this is supposed to be, but in the dialogue won't be done this update. Just because this this entire city. Yeah, it's clearly beat. Yep, the Buddha guy is clearly beat. Um, this entire city it's got a lot of lore that I need to creatively explain to the player in such a way that they understand past events, but that also doesn't confuse the player. So I have to add dialogue lines that exemplify Kenshi's writing style in such a way that I can explain lore information that I know for sure of now that I didn't know back then, and that we can transform this into something that ties into a greater sense of the world. But everything you see here will be completely buildable by the player. Every building, every asset. Um, it'll just be up to the player to figure out how to use it. Let me see. Effects, foliage. Don't need to do that. Hmm. Shit, I just looked out the window and I realized it's raining, and I do not have a raincoat with me. Who pinged me? Oh, I'm not worried about me getting wet. I'm worried about my computer. I'll probably. Let me see. Let me check the weather. Oh, yeah, it's just raining for this hour. Okay, I'm good. I mean, I don't know what gender my computer is, you know? I don't want to get into that argument. Alright, back to Mongrel. Oh yeah, let me just ban you for that one, Liquid. um, yeah, I forgot how much I just enjoy modding. Just look looking at some of the work that's been done and actually explaining it to people. Because usually I don't like to explain it to people, right? That's probably true. Um, I I'm the kind of person where like if somebody doesn't know something, uh, I do not like explaining something to somebody over text because I feel like it loses the magic of everything. But if I can show people on stream my vision of like how I intend people to see the city, um, or the armor or whatever it is that I'm creating, I think a lot of players will like that a lot more because they get to see that, hey, I'm not doing this just to make it look pretty. Like there is um, there is a reason for everything placed the way it is. Like even down to the lights in a city is because I can see how the lights take shape, which means that in the future, lighting will actually impede or shadows will benefit a player based off of, you know, uh, based off of their sneak level. Though I've got to do a lot of work for. Speaking of C++, remind me in a minute about that. Well, I mean, chat's not going that fast. So I'll remember it in a second. But um, I've got to do a lot of work for stealth. But basically, the way I intend it is that when a player is going through a city and they want to steal something, their path, so all of the stores will be lit up, meaning that the stairs to get into that building, they're going to be lit up, which means it's going to be super hard to steal from stores. But if you're smart and you look, every city is going to have a shadow pathway through it that will eventually highlight a trail you can take to get rich. Every city, without any exceptions. Um, so certain back alley streets will have no lights on them, and then you might have to cross a street with lights off on it. Yeah. Um, but basically, I'm going to change how stealth works. But that's a whole lot of work that I have to do. I also just realized Boron was messaging me on Discord, and because I have it muted, because I have my phone muted, I couldn't hear him. He said, "Hi, I love you. You have a big penis." Thanks, Boron. For those curious, because Boron mentioned it, I am in a public place. Yeah, I know. Yeah, me and Boron we're pretty close. Um, let me see. See what I missed in Discord. The concrete gate. Zesky, if you want to reply to Kenny Ken, the concrete gate. Uh, I don't think has proper collisions. Let me see. What was I doing? Oh, that's right. Um, change it back today. Yeah. Boron is the author of Lost in the Ashlands. When I first met him, he had just released his mod, Lost in the Ashlands, but I had also used his dialogue guide to learn how to kind of mess with the um, dialogue a bit. So um, when Genesis was just about to release to beta, I think is when Boron released his Lost in the Ashlands for the first time. And so I reached out to him. I was like, hey, would you like to join projects? And he was like, well, I have a lot of, if you haven't ever talked to Boron, sitting down with Boron and talking to him is sometimes you're like, oh, ha ha ha, you know, that's so funny, great joke. And then other times you're like, what the fuck are you talking about? I don't understand what you're saying. It's the same thing with Kindred. Kindred is like when he starts talking about like how a certain image size and a certain file type and blah 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 is more beneficial if you put it at this frame rate. And I'm like, I don't know what the fuck you're saying. I'm sorry, I don't understand you. Um, Boron's the same way, but he's the kind of person who's like you put down a challenge in front of him, and he's like I want NPCs to be able to assassinate players, and he's like, hey, I did it, and I was like, what? I was trying the same thing, and he was like, really? Oh yeah, well this is how you do it, and I was like, okay, well thanks. You know what I mean? So now in his mod, NPCs can knock you out and kidnap you. You know what I mean? And so he does the wildest things. But anyways, yeah, I'm not a fan of the concrete walls either. I don't want to delete them because I think that's disingenuous to Mechanica. I'm not going to go around modding modifying their files unless something is broken. Though I could fix the concrete walls, I also think I think Screed is right. I think they look like shit. I really do. Um, but some people like them, so I'll leave them in. I'll probably have to fix the collision on them. Add the foliage back in. Let me see. Gate is good. Walls are good. Okay, time to work on this side. I'll probably, what time is it now? 5 o'clock for me? I wonder if Levitt left. Um, I'll probably stream for another hour or so. Oh, by the way, before I forget, Liquid, if you're interested in programming um, for the greater benefit of the community, DM me because I have a project I'd like to throw you at that I think could use help. I don't know what your skill level is, but um, just DM me and we can. I'll let you know like the general uh, premise of it. Basically, B Frizzle, if you don't know him, is trying to make a script extender, and he's made a lot of progress. But he's also one of one person out of like 5 other volunteers who is working on this project solo. Um, Other people have offered help, um, but they dropped the project just because they wanted their name attached to it. They stopped working on it, which is stupid. um, but he's also, you know what I mean, like real life comes up. So if you think you have the skills and you think you can help him, um, DM me and I'll let him know, and I'll show you the GitHub, um, and you can fiddle around with it. Let me know how you feel, and then stuff like that, and then I'll add you into a private channel. I'm pretty sure Kindred said he brought in another programmer, but yeah, if you think you can work on it, it would be great because there's a lot of stuff that we have limitations to in the community that we just can't do. That would be a great thing to help the greater community if we could do more with the tools that we have. Let's see, that's right. I put Yeah, I mean, even an amateur, um, if you're able to create something, and I think pretty much everyone at this point working on the project is either semi-professional to some degree. Like B Frizzle, he's got a bunch of products. Um, but I think to some degree, almost everybody who has offered to work on the project is an amateur, which I think is probably why they didn't want to continue working on it. I gotta remember that I am in borderless full screen, not in full screen, and my mouse keeps going off. I think color mapping is good, Zesky, but I also think that there are certain items in game that don't really see as much of a benefit from more colors, right? Like a cloth shirt being different colors is cool. It just means that every faction can wear that shirt. Um, but metal armor that is unique to a semi-unified faction, um, I don't really see the point of. Oh, that's right. I remember what I did for this wall. Ramps, walls, ramps. I've still got to delete these Japanese stuff. I mean, people can use them. We have permission to use them, but I forgot how bad they are. Oh, I haven't shown you guys Hyver villages yet. I'll do that probably tomorrow. But if somebody wants to remind me on that, I'll focus on Mongrel for now. Um, Ramps, ramp, 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 ramp. Two. Oh, you're gonna like the new towns. I can tell you that much. Yeah, they've got like stick walls now. Um, they've got a stick gate covered in like mud. A bunch of new building assets. Um, let me see. Buildings, hive. They've got new chests. Uh, this is this is part of their new gate structure. This is another hive beds you've probably seen. Commune hut, dome you've definitely seen. They've also got a secondary fence set. Um, L house. They've got tiny huts. Lookout towers. So these are the same lookout towers. They've just got sticks. Queen hut shack. So there are two. No, this is tiny shack. And then this. This is my favorite. So now the hivers have their own towers. You can get up here, you can get up here, and you can get up here. And there's only one entrance. This, I generally put like a small fan in there that blows smoke, and then it looks like a chimney. Um, these are everywhere in all high village, almost all high villages. A lot of the bigger villages now have this, This is where their soldiers come out of. It's I was messing around and accidentally shot a hiver when I was first doing tower for the yep. What did I press? F. I accidentally shot one of the hiver drones, and I was dead in like a couple seconds, even at level 100. If I lose this, I am losing it forever. Yeah, one of the things I want to do, so I'll have to look at what I'm doing tomorrow, or whenever the fuck I'm gonna get up. I got up late today. I got up at like 12 or no, I got up at like 10 today. Um, but one of the things I want to do is I also want to do like early morning streams, which I'm pretty sure I said in the Discord. I want to do early morning streams and get players used to the idea, or the community used to the idea of like coming in, just relaxing and vibing, watching the stream as I'm playing a game or something. And then in other cases, I want to do a wind down stream, which might be like a game with the community. I just hit my mic. Sorry about that. Um, but I want to get in the habit of like a schedule. So in the morning, I'll do a game, and then in the afternoon, I'll probably do a game with the community. Um, but throughout the day, I'll do mostly modding, just to keep it consistent, so people have an expectation of what's coming and people can stay informed. Will that work? I don't think that's gonna work. Where the fuck is Ruka? I mean, Rain. That's not done. No, 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 no. Oh, right, because I would have to reload the save. That should work. It should work. Alright, anyways, I'm gonna stop focusing on that. I need to make more rudimentary. Alright, Screet. I'll see you later. Thanks for the sub, by the way. I've got to make more rudimentary tech. More like scrap tech. Something that, because there aren't a lot of metal buildings in the game, and I think there should be. They make a lot of sense for the swamp. There's a lot of metal in the swamp, um, and it would make sense. Wood wouldn't really make sense in a swamp setting. It would get moldy and stuff like that. Not that metal doesn't, but it would make more sense technology-wise. I've also got to ask Macro Taz, I think that's his name, modder on Steam. I want to use his mud huts for Mud Village, obviously. Um, just kind of give it a purpose to the name. did I? Oh, I know what I did. What the fuck did I do last time? I had it. Oh, I had it angled like this. Yep. And then wall C's. I have no idea how you guys feel about multiplayer games, but one thing I do want to try to do is, though I said community games, one thing I do want to try to do is kind of interact with um, I'm just gonna put this out there. If you guys don't play Warframe, you've got to start playing Warframe. It's if you don't put any money into it, it's still very fun. Free to play, can run on almost any system. Um, yeah, I adore the community aspect of the game. Um, rather than many of the other parts. I just like the general mechanics of it, I guess. There's lots of fun activities to do. There's a decent quest line. Um, but I would kind of like to do something like that with the community. Just a greater game that kind of anybody can get behind. I will drop you down here and pull you all the way back. Yeah, every once in a while. So my thing is I didn't burn out of Warframe. I just stopped playing because I ended up taking over Genesis. I want to play Warframe. I played a little bit the other day when I got my new PC. I started running all the games that I had downloaded. I downloaded all the games and then I ran them to see what the best settings were. Of course, with my PC, everything just automatically maxes out, um, which I'm not a super big fan of. Um, and it also doesn't really benefit too much on a stream. Warframe is good though. Warframe is like if I can play medium settings with 512 megabytes, yeah, megabytes of VRAM on my old PC, then almost anybody else can play. You know what I mean? Um, 2 gigs of VRAM, you're good to go. You know what I mean? Um, it's a very, very well optimized game engine. I'm not a fan of the new graphical changes. Some of them pop too much. higher. How does that look? That looks good. So you're usable, but you're not. So buildings, ramps, walls, ramps, ramp 3, 4, 3. I might also do old school RuneScape. I thought about doing so originally before I wanted to start streaming, I thought about doing YouTube videos. Um, and I probably will do YouTube videos over time. But one of the things that I wanted to do was I wanted to kind of play with the other people like Rue, um, my mod, and Swishos. Kind of just do a series on some kind of group adventure. Um, we'll see how that turns out. Okay. Buildings P. Okay. So my physics are good. Are they? What? That doesn't make any sense. Oh, because it's not P. It's nav mesh. Hi, Beep. Oh, you know what? I could actually do this. So Beep has also got a unique texture. He's got a band-aid. I'm not a fan of the band-aid because it doesn't make sense technology-wise, but he's got a band-aid on his face. If you guys don't know, he this is part of Radiant Faces. Um, but yeah, so all of your unique recruits now have unique looks and stuff like that. His eyes are a little bit more blue gray than everybody else's. Um, some of their eyes are. I don't know if you can see Rain's. Let me see. F7. You can see she's got these like light purple eyes, but almost all of them look completely unique. Um, Burn is probably the best looking skeleton example. Um, he's if you haven't seen Radiant Faces Burn, He's like jet black now, but he's got like all these white stripes all over his body, um, and his face looks really cool. Um, a bunch of the Sheks now have cool new faces, like Kang. Um, I'm pretty sure he's got scars across his face. Let me see if I can't find Crumble John. Oh, I'm never gonna find Crumble John in here, am I? Yeah, I love his work too. The guy is such a great artist. Yeah, Crumble John looks really old. I'll probably include Radiant Hairs as well. He just gave me blanket permission for all of his mods, um, which also plays into what I was talking about earlier. Um, about building a community that really exemplifies what I want to create. Oh, um, one of the minor changes. Now that I've noticed this guy, um, mercenary recruits will now spawn in Mongrel. You're not going to find anybody else. Um, but come back here, asshole. Oh, that's right. I can't. There's so many small features I can't do anymore. I've got to get this updated. So basically, they're not super strong, but they can be cannon fodder. They can spawn as any race, except for fogmen and cannibals. That should be fairly obvious. Hey, look, I found Burn. He's now a Ivor. Wing Wang. Wing Wang, because he's usually found in the swamps and gambling, now has 13 tattooed on his eye. Small scar, amber brown eyes. I wanted to give him, to match the texture of the face, I wanted to give him a kind of punk rockish, kind of douchey vibe, because his dialogue is like, give me a million cats. Um, let me see. I've really got to fix this on women. I hate that. One of the weighty weighted points isn't set right. Who are you? Ninja card. Anyways. Anyways. I didn't want to make him hot. I mean, he. So looking at the vanilla data, if they had like bodies, um, with the data from the vanilla bodies, I wanted to also kind of match the dialogue. So I felt he was kind of this, not happy-go-lucky, but I felt he was kind of a little bit of an asshole when he jokes. So he's like, "Give me a million cats." So I kind of wanted to exemplify that vibe. Um, and I really do wish I could find Crumble John, because he's so recognizable. Um, when I was playing Gen Mod back when I first started, um, Sheelan Swartz gave Crumble John a unique appearance with just the body, and it was hilarious. He's like this super hunched over guy. In here, no. Also, who are these people? I don't know. Anyways, but yeah, he I tried to create reasonable body types for everybody else, um, based off of their vanilla body data if they had it, um, as well as I had them shooting through the gate. So here, what I had. Yep. I probably talk in circles a lot because I just auto zoom I unfocus on whatever the hell I'm talking about. So I just talk. I just tune myself out when I talk. I'm fucking funny. Let me see. I didn't do anything here. I did line this path with gas lanterns. I think this had a wall to direct the flow of traffic. And this was the marketplace. I think the player house was up here. Can't even say my name right, huh? See, I don't think that's true, Melly. I think dead air is important because I think so. A lot of streamers try to just fill the void, um, with maybe meaningless content, but content that kind of just engages people. So like you have, as XQC would say, your React Andes, um, and all they do is react, but they don't actually react, right? It's not like you're gonna see people on Twitch going, it may be your audio, Volt, um, but you don't see a lot of people on Twitch going through and explaining their position on everything, right? Um, what the fuck? Anyways, what was I saying? Sorry, a notification popped up on my screen. A lot of people will just automatically throw up a YouTube video and then they sit there and they don't make any content out of it. You know what I mean? Like, if you're gonna do a React stream, make sure that even if you don't know what you're talking about, make it entertaining. But also, don't just fill the noise, because there's a lot of people out there who do a lot of noise filler. They put on music and then they have like super loud notifications, and they also have, you know, like uh, what are they, donation links where you can link like a music video, or you know what I mean, like a YouTube video, and it automatically plays. And then they also have like them talking, um, and there's so much noise going on that the stream becomes incoherent. So I think dead air can be a useful tool, because there's a lot of, especially if you're watching a stream. For me personally, if you're watching a stream and there's so much going on, I get bored of it, because I don't know what the fuck to focus on. Like, is the point of the stream to interact with the streamer, or is the point of the stream just for the community to interact with themselves and try to get each other laugh? You know what I mean? And a lot of big streamers nail this, but then they swap over to, like, they'll be playing a game. If you're playing a game and you're actively engaging in the game, the community is going to actively engage with you. There's not a lot of dead air, because dead air, just because you're not talking, doesn't mean that the community isn't engaging with your stream. But there's a whole different side when you're just watching a video. Maybe people don't want to watch the video, they want to watch you watching the video but talking to them. Um, so if I was to throw up like a Kurzgesagt video, if you don't know who that is, I would suggest searching them up on YouTube. Their videos are amazing. Um, right now, I'm just sitting here talking to you guys, but there's a whole different feel from, me talking and actively engaging with you, or actively explaining a point. You guys are actively engaged to a point. Obviously, you can't see me, so there's a certain loss of engagement there. But oh, right, no. I know what you meant about dead air. I was just explaining how I feel on the subject, because I feel like a lot of people, especially new streamers or people who want to get into streaming, maybe there's someone for whatever reason watching me and they're like, hey, you know what, this sounds like good advice. Um, Filling dead air or having dead air, depending on what you're doing, is a good thing or a bad thing, right? Um, if I'm supposed to be engaging with the community like I am right now, and they're just silence, you know what I mean? There's a loss of interaction with the community. And I feel like even if I'm silent, people, if they're here for Kenshi, they're gonna, or they're here to watch me mod, they're okay with silence. You know what I mean? Like, obviously, like you were saying, um, it just comes down to knowing when dead air is okay. Like, every once in a while, I'm like, oh yeah, I've got people watching me. I can't just sit here um, and not do something. But anyways, so back to Kenshi. Um, this area has you can go up these slopes, and you can go up this slope, which is why this wall is here. Um, Let me see. It is off center. I'm not a fan of that, but I do kind of like it. Let me see. I think there's another space over here. I think probably my favorite thing in the world is just talking to people. So I'll probably I'll probably be okay at this, uh, especially if it's to do with community engagement. This hasn't loaded in yet, so it's not correct. Um, it's okay. Uh, Being able to see it makes it simpler, because I can double check myself. Um, Let me see. let me close this. Let me see. OBS, where are you at? I'm gonna go to desktop. All right, you guys can still hear me, I assume. Close this out. Yeah, I think it's probably because you guys. So I think the thing is especially for new streamers, you have to be able to not even just rant. You have to have a small core base. Like you guys are okay with me being silent, but you're also okay with me talking because you already know me to an extent. You know what I mean? You get to give me your opinions, and the rest of the world can see it in the chat, and then I get to respond. And so I think for new streamers, it's very important, even if you're talking mindlessly, to continuously engage with people. What the fuck did I close Kenshi for? I was gonna do something. Also, by the way, yes, you can have Kenshi open and the FCS. I'm pretty sure you can run the default. Oh, this isn't even the fucking. Let me see. Yeah, I just realized. Oops, I just swapped to the wrong. Hold on. Let's see. I have to be. Yep. You go here. You go back here. You can now get deleted. See, Kenshi. I just realized I actually pulled the plugin for FCS out of the Kenshi folder, so it wasn't doing anything. Create shortcut. Okay, here. Change you back. Okay, now it works. I don't need you. Oh, and I've got to go and fucking close all these. I don't want to. What was I gonna do? Oh. I've got to open Kenshi back in Steam. Oh, it's caps lock. Nope, that's not gonna work because I need my. Uh, from user at the fuck is up with my search? From Hi Rue, how are you doing? Discord, what is wrong with you? Hello? Oh, it's fucking streamer mode. Um, fuck it. From um, no, I'm trying to find the only mod in the entirety of the Kenshi community that has a Nexus interview. Um, where should I put this damn? What is your mod? Zeski? Are you talking about your mod or the interview? Yeah. Oh yeah. Shit. Is it this? Oh, just downloads. No. C. Yeah, I'm proud of the interview. Yeah, I'm very proud of that interview. Let me see. Back when Caliburn was the community manager, he reached out to me and asked me if I wanted to do an interview for them. Um, and I told him I was like, "Hey, I'm not technically the author of Genesis. I'm just the community manager." I was like, "But if you join my server, I can go ahead and put you with the two other authors." And he was like, "Well, I'm not going to do the interview." He's like, "So the Nexus community guy is," and I didn't at the time. It didn't even register that Caliburn wasn't the community manager for Nexus. I just thought it was a Nexus guy, but it turns out it was the Lo-Fi staff reaching out to us, and I was like, "Yeah, sure, fuck it." He was like, "I think it'll be beneficial to the community to put us on the map," and I was like, "Shit, I'm down. If you think it's worth my mod, why not Shadan?" Shadan, and he was like, well, Shadan has a yes. Shadan has a lot on his plate. So I was like, okay. Um, so he joined my server, and then he invited Sam, Big Biscuit. He invited Big Biscuit onto the server, um, and Big Biscuit was like, hey, I have a couple questions about this, and this. What did I even chosen to move all from lists, changes, chosen, delete, delete. No, not that. So, what I'm doing here, by the way. Oh, anyways, back to what I was saying. So, um, when we did the interview, but we did it over a couple days because he had a couple questions. And one of the things he interviewed me about was the interaction with the community. And so I had a lot of like on the nose Kenshi jokes in there. Like I said, beep you, which, for you guys would get it. It's basically, fuck you, but it's also a reference to beep. Um, and so he was like, I don't know that the greater community outside of Kenshi would get that. He's like, so we'll have to scrap that. And I was like, oh, okay. So let me see. We'll put this to Mongrel town, Mongrel eat. Move all of this, remove all of this, remove this. Race add. I love the Shrieking Bandits too. Cool, save this. So if you guys are wondering what I'm doing on stream right now, this is a devs. So there's a mod on Nexus. I got it when I first started playing Kenshi. It's called The Chosen Ones. Ones? Yeah, The Chosen Ones. Um, or The Chosen one of those. It's either plural or singular. But anyways, so um, it was the first ever mod that I got that changed gameplay. And the reason I got it was because at the time, um, I had no alternative starts because at the time I only had the demo version. Um, so let me swap you guys back over to game mode. That should just put me in chosen one two. Okay. So I had the demo, and I there was a little trick I used to be able to continue playing the game. What is wrong with you? Why are you off center? There we go. That's good. All right, new game, Mongrel. There we go. Uh, so, anyways, I started playing with this start. I really like the start. It starts you off with like all the research materials you need. I didn't get the the tech tree at that point. I didn't really understand it. And this is like my second week playing. So I'm playing the game and kind of just trying to learn. Um, and so I started off with this start called the Chosen Ones. And then eventually, back when Greg was making the project, he made this test start, but not to speak ill of someone who is not here to defend themselves. I had to remake it for specific reasons some of you may or may not know. Yeah, there we go. Mouse is back. All right. Let me see. First and foremost, shift F12, F12. Discover all towns. Marker. Snap mesh. Yep, it does not work. I fucking knew it. What's that, Jesky? I mean, that's his choice. Oh, you know, you were acting like a child. I like you, but you were acting like a child. He said quit it, and you continued. So yeah. So for those who don't know, anybody who is a community admin, a guild ally, or a guild enforcer, i.e., a moderator, and even some support staff uh, can ban you outright. North from Kenshi community and Russell Jim whenever he's active. Um, I'd recommend it. Liquid, if you ever get into playing UWE, it's definitely so. I'll say this: it's definitely a lot more polished than Genesis. Tread sticks to his ideas pretty closely, but as Zesky found out, dialogue is not a priority. It's not much of a priority for many of us in the overhaul space. But anyways, back to what I was saying. So guild allies are server admins or developers or community partners from other communities. No questions asked. They have the right to outright ban you. Um, they don't have to log it. I'll get to you in a minute, Kev. So guild allies are um, there are some exceptions, but they're generally admins I trust. There's a couple developers that own their own servers and games and companies, um, and a couple other people. Then there's support staff who are usually the programmers, um, just because they get asked a lot of questions about their own stuff, so I gave them special permissions. Generally, and then there's guild enforcers who are moderators, guild moderators, server moderators, and any action they take will automatically log the reason. Um, but community admins can also do the same thing, and they're in charge of their respective communities. So Boron, whenever he releases Lost in the Ashlands update, will probably add more channels to the Kenshi area for him. Um, will be in charge of his area and in Kenshi general. Same with Tread, and same with me. This takes a lot of heat off my back, so I don't have to go and moderate their communities when they may be already actively engaging in their community. Um, so they do have permission. Anyways, let me see. I did say, yep. UWE3 playthrough is pretty good. To the point that I was talking about. Treads mod is a little more polished. Little There's not a lot of great dialogue, as Zeski found out, as he was complaining about. But dialogue isn't a big staple for us because if we're going to do dialogue, it has to be perfect. Um, there are obvious fixes we'll make, like the Holy Nation right now in Genesis is saying 3 dots. Let me see. Kevin, stream schedule. I might do all day streams, but as of now, I think the longest I'll do is 6 hours. I might do um, longer streams, but generally 6 hours. Today, I'll probably quit around 6:30. It just depends on what's going on in the day. As you can see from the progress I have not made, um, I've done more talking than I have modding. So let's get back into modding. By the way, for anybody who is looking for various textures to certain buildings, why? Why do I need to? Why do I need to constantly? Yeah, it's a very good medium for talking. And no, I have not Liquid Main. Uh, if you guys are ever looking for different textures and you guys want to spice some stuff up, not all of them have textures. Some of them do. So there's uh, this texture with a broken, um, old small shack, storm, brown, just in case you guys are ever looking for something to kind of spice up how you build. Um, Old should be all old buildings. Um, there are some messes up. Yeah, a liquid. I had to accept the word mongrel because apparently that's an insult on Twitch. So we've got to be careful about our language here. Um, Lord knows, talking about slavery and anyways, all furniture should be here. All lights should be here. All older walls should be here. So if you guys ever want to spice up your base, they're just different textures. Some of them do have warnings, like the bug house do have warnings. Um, but it generally depends on if you guys want to mess around with that with the menu or not. What the fuck was I doing before I started ranting about different fucking textures? Alright, wall C. By the way, as a heads up for anybody who is currently watching and wants to understand how Um, Small question: if you apply multiple colors to one unit, will that result in them being semi-randomized? I think so. Because that's what I did for the bone dogs, but that's actual body textures, not color maps. It should, yes, because I did the same thing for the monk robes and the Sohai. So technically, I think the answer is yes. But anyways, so what I was saying is in the build menu, if you've ever watched Greg's tutorial on building, you'll know this. If you don't, um, do not ever click in the middle and delete a number. The game does not understand how to calculate such random drops in digits. Always start at the back and then delete the numbers if you're ever messing with it. Doesn't matter if it's the position or if it's orientation. Um, it'll crash every time. So you just click over here in the empty space and then press backspace. Don't highlight it and don't delete it from in the middle. Man, I miss my old saves. I wish I could just load them up, but I do not have them anymore. How long do I want to go? 6:30 is probably a good bet. So how do I want to do this? No pitch. 90? 90 degrees? Sure. That's okay. That's okay. I bought these cookies the other day. So I really like chocolate chip cookies. I'm kind of basic like that, but Chips Ahoy and a cold glass of milk. I'm not a fan of dunking Oreos in milk, but something about like crunchy Chips Ahoy just really does it for me. So I bought these cookies. I had never eaten them before, but they're by a brand called like Farmhouse or something. Um, and they were like on the package it said, you know, super buttery cookies. And so I'm sitting there and I'm thinking, oh, okay, you know, that's just a baking term. You know what I mean? Oh, hey, I made these cookies super buttery. No, they were like, they were the perfect amount of crunchiness. So I loved the texture of it. But it was like every time I put a, every time I put a damn cookie in my mouth, it felt like I was just eating butter. I couldn't even taste the chocolate. I was so disappointed in these cookies. And so now they're just sitting there and I don't want to eat them, but I don't waste food. So I'm like, what the fuck do I do? Because I don't want to eat them. I could give them to the raccoons, but that's still a waste of food, in my opinion. But, anyways, I was so disappointed, man, because I adore chocolate chip cookies. I really do. And it was just like not a great cookie experience. That's all I'm saying. I was beyond disappointed. Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Nat. Yeah, yeah. I swear to God, if that's a fucking Ludwig emote, it's not. Okay. Wait, is it a Ludwig? Is that Ludwig? Oh no, it's fucking critical. Because I know Ludwig has a. No, I will not build the whole. I will not build the entire city. Um, yeah, but I wouldn't be. Yes, Liquid. I wouldn't be surprised if Ludwig still had emotes floating around though. Zesky, I am from the U.S. That's all I'm telling you. Um, Let me see. I need 3 station houses. I need a station house. Um, what did you miss apart from cookies? Nothing much. Bar or what did I do? I did 2, right? 1, 2, wall here, path, nav mesh, roads. Right. Can't be in roads while I'm. Of course, it's fucking floating. God dang it. All right. What did I do last time? Oh, I put it here, didn't I? Because there's a natural ramp. What did I do? When was the last time I played Kenshi? Um, a year and a half ago. Will do, Zesky. I guess I don't need to wall this off because I could put like a metal wall here, which gives the illusion of a cut path. But if I put up too many walls, it just breaks nav mesh. And I also want, I will put a wall here though, because I want players to have to go around this way. Hmm. Yeah, but if I cut this off, I might as well cut this off. Oh, but I don't need to cut it off because it's just a gradient slope. So defensive wall 1. Big wall, big wall, big wall. Where the fuck is the music? Oh, I've got my headphones low. That's why. Not only blowing out my own eardrums, but blowing out y'all's too. All right. So flat, flat, flat. Okay. We do. Were you here earlier? Rue, are you my Rue or someone else? I'm almost positive. But anyways, to answer the question, I do have plans for a YouTube. I just because I like so I want to upload VODs there first and foremost. Um, so that if people miss a stream, they can see me talking about random fucking shit there. Um, for whatever crazy ass fucking reason people would want to do that, but people tend to like VODs. So, um, but as of right now, I don't know what would be a better investment. So, actually, I do. So, in the long run, YouTube will serve to further community goals overall. It'll be a much better um, way for the community to consistently interact. However, um, I do not have any strict goals for it right now. Now, if somebody wants to, say somebody makes a music video or something like that, I will, and they want me to host it, I would put it up on YouTube, um, stuff like that. Um, so I would host community content, but beyond that, I do not have any strict plans for it, I guess, right now. Um, Speaking back to the investment point, a YouTube will be a better longer term investment than Twitch would, because obviously anybody can go back at any time and watch a YouTube video, so long as I don't get the community banned or something like that. So long as I don't get the YouTube banned. Um, being an asshole or whatever. Um, but Twitch is a better short term plan. So I think for now, I'll leave everything. Thanks for that, Ashland Drifter. I've got to figure out who's who because I don't know who's. I mean, I know who Zesky is. Obviously, that's a duh. Um, but yeah, what the fuck was I doing beforehand? I don't know. Who knows anymore? What even is life? Defensive wall. Sticks? Sticks. Sticks? No. Faction wall. Not dirt. Not dirt. Not dirt. Not dirt. Where the fuck are the metal walls? What are they called? Not fencing. Stockade. Stockade? Where the fuck are my metal walls? Okay, so then it is you, Boron. I thought that might be you. Wait, so who the fuck was Gugon earlier? Yeah, there's a metal building tab. I'm just looking for this. I think I want this here, but it looks too defensive and not scrappy enough. I'm almost wall, not wall B's. They're too big. Not a wall C. Maybe a wall C. No. No. Maybe. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's right. Makeshift walls. Thank you for that. I'll check after this. It probably will have to be makeshift walls. Yep. Will it? What am I doing? What am I doing? Let's see. See, but I would have to go super, super low. That's not a bad thing, and it doesn't look bad. Hmm. A makeshift wall might be better. I do like it. It's thematically fitting compared to the rest of the walls. Too low. So I won't need you. I just need you. Where? Forgotten Buildings. I'm pretty sure they're custom by Mechanica. Because I've never seen these assets in the files, and I asked Shadan a while back. Um, they're just called Wall Cs. I don't recall them anywhere, but I think this is custom. I think this is custom. Um, he also made like this guy, this guy, this guy. So these don't have any outright purpose beyond the bunkers. Um, I'm pretty sure this is just when he was learning to make it. But yeah, these towers, somebody. So hold on, let me see. Where am I at? D downloads Discord. So somebody actually, where you guys at? Come here. Somebody actually painted this. Uh, this is the Cannibal Hunter Outpost. I found this on Steam. Uh, this is the Cannibal Hunter Outpost from Genesis, and somebody painted it, or art, or whatever. I'll have to find the link, but I was like, when I saw this, I knew what it was from the get go. It's so unique to Genesis. I was like, somebody really put the time into this art piece, and it's about Genesis. I was like, that is so fucking cool. People are making art about something that I'm making. I'm like, that is fucking dope. Anyways, back to the game. All right, where am I at? There we are. Uh, Boron, I'll send you the tower image. I do. I turned my notifications on. I didn't see your messages earlier. Also, I said that you said that I had a big penis, and talked about our sex life. Um, anyways, um, for those out of the loop, Boron is messaging me on Discord. Um, but yeah, full charge. It's a night keep, and you know what I mean. Like I've seen people gushing over the mod, and for one of those, it's one of those things where it's incredibly humbling. Like you see something and it's just like there's no way this is about something I'm making. I've had streamers who are like they'll gush over how a city was made. And there's people all the time, you know, who are like, "Hey, I really love um Clown City." And I'm like, I'm so grateful, that you appreciate it. But seeing somebody put that much time into an art piece is something else. You know what I mean? Let me see. Oh, and then Boron. There's also big square bunker. It looks garbage. Small bunker, and I think that's it. Yeah, this guy, this guy, this guy. That's yep. I did not do much modding today, but I will be back tomorrow. Probably pretty early. Let me see, it's 6:30 now. Yeah, definitely. I think that there's a lot of love that can go into these some of the assets especially. Uh Quarry post. Fine. That's fine. That's fine. This is Gucci. Yeah, I think putting metal plates on them would be good. Yep. Yep, yep, yep. Alright, city is valid. Oh, right, I was looking at this piece of Navmish here. Yes, they can still traverse it, but also no. Hmm. Peas? Who the fuck is Peas? Why is he peeing? Okay. Okay. Buildings, lights. Lights? Lights. Um, spotlight. You. 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 Okay. What's up, Shunk? And I'm definitely glad to be back. Yeah, it feels really nice. Just even if it's yeah, okay. So yeah, that's coming from the guy who literally says, well, I guess I don't know that I can say that on stream, but basically, who talks nothing but good things about you. Oh, come on, stop being an ass. This light, fucking light. Yeah, that's rich coming from you of all people, Boron. I'll just be over here like, yeah. So, anyways, one time, Boron was talking about how he's gonna, upload his own fucking version of the FCS. Yeah, Kevin over here calls me Mod God. That that definitely went to my head. Do I want this many here? No, not you, but you. Okay. Yes. Yeah, Boron actually had. Yeah. Did you want me to ask Natalie? I don't I don't think they'll say no, but do you want me to ask Natalie just to get her permission from Chris so you can release it? Yeah. DM me the link and I'll send it to Natalie. Let me see. So one here, one here, one here. What the fuck is a street torch? No. Hmm. Um. What is the part I'm most proud of? Well, this will be the biggest update I've ever done. So, if it goes right, probably this. Um, But as of right now, I absolutely love the hive villages. I'll show them to you here in a minute, and then I gotta jump off. Let's see, searchlight. So let me tell you. Okay, so I guess the reason I'll say that I'm probably the most proud of them over anything else is because so I don't give a fuck about rebuilding Mongrel, right? Uh, it's something you guys can interact with. It's something you guys can enjoy. But here, let me put this into perspective for you guys. The AI is done. They don't have dialogue yet. The AI is done. They have bars. They have stores. Um, but all of the villages, every single Hyver village in the new update will have a unique city. But here's the cool thing. I got so lazy with it, I realized if I just max out how much a setting a town has, I don't have to place all the buildings down. So, say I have the town assigned, like all the Hyper villages, they're the exact same village, all of them. So they're not going to have any unique characters in them. But here's the cool thing. So, say I have 10 huts for every village, and then I have 2 watchtowers for every village, and I have so these are the huts, and then I have 5 commune huts for every village, and I have 5 L houses and 5 dome houses. Okay, what if you just don't put down any dome houses and only huts? So now you have a completely unique village that only has huts, but you only need to take up 1 town. And so this is kind of what I want to do for ruins. So, but they'll have like grades. So like high grade will have good loot, medium grade will have more materials than good loot, with lower class loot, and then destroyed buildings in ruins will just be materials. Maybe a piece of loot. Um, anyways, so this is what the Hiver. Let me see, remove effects. This is what a Hiver village looks like. So they've got a stick walls, and it makes sense because the water's flowing through it. So they've got stick walls. They've got uh, little huts, and then as I was saying in one of my change notes, um, they don't really understand how fences work. So uh, in one of the villages, there's a gate with a wall that goes like almost all the way up, and then it stops at like a little hill or something like that. And then there's this village. Mind you, this is the same exact village in the FCS. This one has a fucking station house. So they have their own robotics factory. Um, Store, bar, don't know what this is. Um, High Village. This one has farms. And the cool thing about how I built these, it's not just a retextured station house. It's actually got I think mostly unique collision. Um, you can see inside the house from above. But yeah, there is no second floor anymore. Um, And then let me see. I don't think. Yep. And then other villages. I never got to this one. Did I ever get to this one? Yeah. And then there's. Let me see. This guy. So this is the town that's like, if it loads in here. Um, this town is absolutely loaded with traders. Can you see him? The Garu. Yep. So basically, what this does is, because now all of the hivers have a every hiver village has the chance to spawn at least two hiver traders. So if you live on the west coast, yeah, west coast. If you live on the west coast, you're going to get a lot of hiver traders. However, on the other side of the continent, you're going to get mostly traders guild. Now, if you live in the middle, you'll probably get more than you do now with just Genesis. Um, hold on. So, I'm pretty sure I fixed all the caravan drones. See, you'll also find mercenaries more often. Um, recruits are very common. Um, you'll find them in more random places. You know what I mean? You might find a ruin or like a single bar out somewhere, and it'll have mercenary recruits in it. And then in, say, a place like Heft, if we go there, I gotta let this load. Um, if you go to a place like Heft, because it's so rich, it is absolutely loaded with traders. So not only will you get Traders Guild, but you'll also get different versions of Hiver traders. You have a Hive Medic trader, you have a Hive Robotics trader. He'll sell you economy limbs and stuff like that. Um, or he may be the same person. You'll have a food trader. Um, the difference between the Hivers and the Traders Guild is not only that the Traders Guild sells better quality items, but they sell an absolute metric ton of items. So sometimes they'll have maybe rarer stuff. Sometimes they won't, but they have, like, say you need a crop, they'll have the crop with them. Their vendor list is massive. They can only spawn with so many with so many items at once because that's how big a Garu's inventory is. Um, but it now makes betraying the UC a little bit more costly. So early game, you'll want to, befriend the Traders Guild because they have so many benefits to when they bring traders to your house. Um, and then obviously you have the Western Hive. I was gonna see if I could see one. Oh, that what was that? That was like 30. How long was that loading? That was like what, like 30 seconds? I'm on medium setting, so not a lot of jumps. Let me see. Yeah. So see now, Heft this version spawned with a that wall's weird. Heft spawned with Hive traders. Um, oh, also, if you guys don't know, Bane's Pass currently has these NPCs, but almost all residential buildings will be changed to the new NPC type, so that in every city, if you have a house there, you'll have the benefit of NPCs actually buying shit from you. Their AI is very, very varied. Also, it's pretty worthwhile to steal from them. Let me see. Well, I say that. Hmm. Oh, that's right, these guys. They also should. Yep, they are. Oh, slave. Let me see. What the fuck is their shirt? I've got to figure that out. Oh, it. No, that wouldn't make any sense. Nobody on the squad would. Anyways, this slave. Um, so as a heads up, they now have. Where the fuck? Right, I keep forgetting. Damn it. I can't see their stats anymore. Anyways, so they'll now have 100 farming and 100 labor, I think. So they should be able to. That goes for the citizens as well. Um, but that should mean that they'll process this very fast. Um, so it should compete with the player. I'm sorry, not the slaves. The slaves won't have those stats. The citizens will. Um, to complete with the player. Slaves only randomize up to 30, but they can also randomize from 0, 30 either way. So they can go negative 30 or positive 30. But yeah, buying slaves is now much more beneficial to the player. But it's already like that. Their stats randomized by 30 from 0. Yeah, I mean, I don't know that anybody ever has gotten a straight 30 slave, but as you can see, this guy's got minus. There's got minus 17, but he's got plus 1, 15 dodge, plus 13, so he's got minus 2, 13. If I could see their actual stats still, it would be a better example. But yeah. All right. Let me see. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and let me see. Save. Stop it. Save. Exit. Exit. Who is on? Let me jump you guys over. Might as well just go to twitch.tv.
Reward. That would be crazy. That's
Who? Who are we rating? Shit, I might as well just raid Mountain Man. I'll as a heads up to those watching, I'll probably stream pretty early tomorrow for most of the day.
now that you can get anything delivered with Uber Eats, can you eat anything you get delivered? I'd say probably. Oh, maybe not.
Wounds, serious wounds that are permanent until you get them healed in town at the cathedral. So you'll get various debuffs once you work through your hit points and start getting into your vitality